Global Multipurpose Hall. We are located on 100 hectares of land, about 20 kilometers from Asaba, the Delta State capital. The main objectives of this university include to expand the frontiers of knowledge in various unique specializations, such as maritime, logistics management, forensic, and cybersecurity sciences. And by the way, we are putting plans in place to start our engineering and maritime courses at our Sapele campus. We're undergoing verification, and very soon we know we'll pass the test of accreditation. Now, one of our keys is to use university education as a tool towards development and the enhancement of human well-being, to address the challenges of nation building in Nigeria, and to raise exemplary leaders who will serve humanity with distinction. I'm talking about adding towards the development of education. Only yesterday, a book was launched from the Faculty of Arts, Management and Social Sciences of the university that talked about modern economy and how to pave the way for Nigeria as a nation when it comes to economic development. That was a milestone of the university. The book was launched yesterday. And if you are yet to get a copy, ensure that before you go, you ask for a copy of the book. The launch copy is 15,000 and the e-copy is 5,000. Now, the motto of our university, as you know, is excellence in education. Now, we derive this naturally from the commitment to professionalism by every member of its academic and administrative community, and dedication to serve to the tradition of the Nigerian Navy. By the way, we always appreciate the Nigerian Navy, who are the founders of this university. Even now, though the university is now transited to a federal university, you can still see the imprints of the Nigerian Navy. That is why we have the presence of the Chief of the Naval Staff already on campus, and so many top military officers, representative of the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Air Staff. Yes. Thank you very much. In no time, the Vice Chancellor's procession will come in for us to begin. I would like to welcome all our guests that come from far and wide. ADUN is home to all, north, south, east, and west. The university is home for each and every one of us. Now, the university has now been transitioned from private to conventional public federal university as Admiralty University of Nigeria through an act amended by the former President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, GFR, on 8 February 2023, has made ADUN, and I can tell you, ADUN is now a federal university, and only recently The Governing Council was constituted by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the visitor of this university, who will be represented here today, and the representative is already on campus. And we have the honor of the distinguished special guest of honor, who is His Excellency Right Honorable Elder Sharif Efo Oburuwere, JP, the Governor of Delta State. And we have a special guest of honor, and then a special guest of honor is General Christopher Gwabin Musa, the Chief of the Defense Staff. And we have Honorable Minister of Education, Federal Minister of Education, Dr. Morufu Olatunji Alausa. And we have the National Universities Commission Acting Executive Secretary, Chris J. Miyaki, as one of our guests here today. And then our big and father of the university, the Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, the Chief of the Naval Staff, already here with us, and then the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Governing Council, Vice Admiral Dele Joseph Izuba, retired. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the management and Acting Vice Chancellor Professor Dele Emmanuel Ofuku, I welcome you once more. And in no less than 5 to 10 minutes, this ceremony will start. Well, once again, let me recognize the presence of Vice Admiral A.P. Kayode. You are welcome, sir. And we have the Deputy Commandant, AFIT, representing the Commandant, Air Force Institute of Technology, A.O. Shogamu. You are welcome, sir. And then we have the Commandant, Nigerian Defense Academy, Rear Admiral John Onyekade. You are welcome, sir. Please, as the guests come in, we take their names and bring them for recognition. Sound, give us light music just for 5 minutes as we await the Vice Chancellor's procession. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, The Vice Chancellor's procession is already approaching the venue. So please, let's take our seats. We welcome you once again. I would like to say that we're indeed glad we're not going to waste time with this convocation. This is the third in a row, so we're going to go straight to the point and make sure that we leave here in no time. And just for safety brief, for those that are not conversant with the hall, immediately after this front door, the toilet to the left is the male, to the right is for the female. And we have exit doors through the middle, right to the left. But we're making use of one door to come inside, and then we have another door here for the VIPs and convenience. So let's make use of that as the program proceeds. And just to let you know, the list of members of the Governing Council as appointed by Mr. President. Well, first of all, I want to appreciate the pioneer members of the Governing Council that are ably seated here. We welcome you all, and we say you are indeed pioneers in the real sense of the word. For the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, we have Vice Admiral Billy Joseph Ezoba, retired. We have the Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Dili Emmanuel Ofoku. And we have the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Rear Admiral Mohammed M. Abdullahi. Persons representing varieties of interest, we have Rear Admiral ADUN. We have Mrs. Mary Omoko-Minya, Dr. Raji Isiaka Ogunsola, Rear Admiral Hamza HUF Kauje, Rear Admiral Casey Ezete, Commodore A.A. Ogunleye, Captain O.A. Odiansi, and Mr. Isaiah Kelvin Keke. And representative of the University Senate, we have Professor I.J. Diola, Professor Chinwe Christy Isitwa, Dr. Clara Agbara, Dr. Emmanuel Ogwala. And the representative of the congregation, we have Dr. Namdi Sylvester Okonko, academic, and Dr. Odimi Gabriel Akumoyama, non-academic. And registrar and secretary to council is Commodore Isaac Mashenge Manklik, retired PhD. I would like to say list of members. We have the University Senate. We welcome you all our professors, all our doctors, our university staff. We welcome you all to this great event. Indeed, we are about to start. We're just witnessing the mains bearer, who is the CSO, to take some steps, and we start to signal the band for them to give us the procession song for us to start the convocation ceremony in earnest. So we welcome you again. And the order of academic procession is graduates have processed already. The congregation procession principal, assistant registrar, members of congregation, and then we have Senate procession. They are already seated. Then the Vice Chancellor's procession, we have leading it the mace bearer, the University Librarian Bosa, the Registrar, visiting Vice Chancellors, University Orator, members of Governing Council, Registrar, the Vice Chancellor, the Pro-Chancellors and Chairman of Governing Council. We have the Chancellor, the Executive Secretary NUC, Honorable Minister of Education, Executive Governor of Delta State, and members of the National Assembly. and the restore. That will be the procession. So the procession has started. Please, if you are not doing anything, can you sit down? The procession of the Vice Chancellor is approaching the hall. Please find a place and sit down. Again, we say we are a global university educating luminary leaders. And we are happy to be consistent in what we are doing. Immediately, the Vice Chancellor's processions come in. Through the door, we all stand. We remain standing until they all come to the high table. And once the Vice Chancellor is here, we take the national anthem and the school anthem. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready and we are going. We want to congratulate our parents and our guardians for keeping faith with us to ensure that your students, your wards, stay to study in this university. I want to appreciate members of the press here present on the national. May we all rise? Ladies and gentlemen, can we rise? Thank you. I will remain standing until the procession gets to the table, to the high table. It's a long procession because we have a long list of guests. When the registrar comes up, you will recognize an array of dignitaries that we have. Members of the Governing Council are to all come up. The deans are to come up. And our visiting Vice Chancellors are to come up. The registrars are to be seated on this side. The chairman of the council, Professor Saliu Mustafa, please, you are to come up. Professor Saliu Mustafa, your seat is up. As the chairman of the former governing council, please, PR academics, ensure everybody is well seated. Thank you. We want to appreciate the federal government. These, please, we have to come up this way. Dean FOS, Dean Postgraduates, Dean Faculty of Law. We are all to come up. These are our deans. Professor Shilba, the Dean Faculty of Social Science. You are welcome. Professor Balogun, Dean Postgraduate Studies, School of Comparative Studies. Professor Emmanuel Okechime, Faculty of Arts Management and Social Science. We welcome you all. Indeed, the University Librarian is leading the bus. We have the University Porter, Captain Ali, Troy. You are all welcome. as it to take their seats. I appreciate you all. I can see Chairman of the Committee on Honors, Awards, and Ceremonies. You are all welcome. You can see also our external members of the council, Rear Admiral ADUN, Mrs. Mary Mokumayo, Dr. Raji Isaka Agosola, Rear Admiral Hamza Kawuje, Rear Admiral K.C. Ezete, Commodore A.O. Ogunleye, Captain O.A. Ojansi, and Mr. Isaiah Kevin Keke representing the congregation. You can see our visiting vice chancellors of the sister institutions. You are all welcome. All our distinguished guests, you are welcome. The representative of the governor of Delta States, you are welcome. The chief, Professor Nivu Tunukuri Kari, the Commissioner for Higher Education, you are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, as soon as the acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Dylan Fipu, gets to his seat, the national anthem will be sounded by the Nigerian Navy Band. Afterwards, we'll take the Admiralty University of Nigeria school anthem. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we remain standing as soon as the Vice Chancellor and all our guests get to their seats. You can see the Pro-Chancellor, Vice Admiral D.G. Semuzoba. We take the national anthem, led by the Nigerian Navy Band. We take the university anthem.
His Excellency CFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. The distinguished special guest of honor, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Delta State, Right Honorable Sheriff Obowore, JP, Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy, Senator Otumba Gbenga Daniel, Chairman, House of Representatives Committee on Navy, Right Honorable Yusuf Adamu Gagdi, OON, Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Murufu Olatunji Alausa, Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission, Mr. Chris Mayaki, the special guest of honor, Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, Service Chiefs and Inspector General of Police, former Chiefs of Defense Staff, former Chiefs of Naval Staff, Vice Chancellors, Provosts, Rectors, Registrars, GOCs, FOCs, and AOCs here present, members of the Federal and State Executive Council, commandants and commanders of units here present, senior military officers serving and retired, Your Royal Highnesses, the Chief Judge of Delta State, Justice Teresa Dai, my Lord, spiritual and temporal, Pro-Chancellor, and members of the Governing Council of this university, former members of the Governing Council here present, former GMDs and CEOs of Nigerian Navy Holding here present, Acting Vice Chancellor, Admiralty University of Nigeria, Professor Dili Emmanuel Ofoku, Principal Officers of the University, Deans of Faculties, Directors of Units of the University, staff and graduating students of Admiralty University of Nigeria, parents and guardians of graduating students, distinguished guests, well-wishers, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The Admiralty University of Nigeria Establishment Act 2022 except the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor, when the latter or convocation. Ladies and gentlemen, in the absence of the Chancellor and in accordance with the provisions of ADUN Act 2022, I have the honor and privilege to call upon the Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Dili Emmanuel Ofoku, to constitute the Assembly as a convocation for the award of first degrees and presentation of prizes. Declare the third convocation ceremony of Admiralty University of Nigeria open and preside over it. Acting Vice Chancellor, sir.
By the powers conferred on me as the acting Vice Chancellor, I hereby constitute this assembly as convocation of Admiralty University of Nigeria for the award of first degrees and presentation of prizes. I declare this convocation open.
I now call on the acting Vice Chancellor to deliver his welcome address. Acting Vice Chancellor, sir.
The visitor, represented by the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Petroleum Technology, Professor Bofure, the special guest of honor, the Governor of Delta State, Your Excellencies, Sheriff F.O. Boroweri. I would like to draw the line on the protocols here to save time. I recognize all other dignitaries here present. I am most delighted to welcome you all to this third convocation ceremony of Admiralty University of Nigeria, convened for the award of degrees and presentation of prizes. I would like to welcome the visitor, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal of Nigeria, today ably represented by the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Petroleum Technology, IFRU. Welcome, sir. The special guest of honor, Your Excellency, Right Honorable Elder Sheriff F.O. Boroweri, JP, the Executive Governor of Delta State, who has graciously featured in all our previous convocations in similar capacity. Your Excellency, sir, your esteemed presence here has indeed added color to today's event, and for which we remain very grateful. Permit me also to acknowledge the presence of very distinguished personalities in our midst. These include the Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy, who is like a father to us, Senator Otumba Benga Daniel, Chairman, House of Representative Committee on Navy, Right Honorable Yusuf Adamu Gaji, Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Murufu Olatunji Alausa, and the Acting Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission, Mr. Chris Jibril Mayaki. I especially welcome the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Gabi Musa, who is our special guest of honor. The Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, representative of the Registrar of JAM, the representative of the Register of the Executive Secretary, Third Fund. Furthermore, may I also respectfully welcome distinguished special guests, royal fathers of the day, our graduates, parents, guardians, alumni, and indeed all who have come to witness this auspicious occasion. As part of the graduation activities, a convocation lecture titled Energy Security and Sustainable Development in Nigeria, the Role of Federal Government and the Universities will be delivered today in the same venue by an erudite scholar and an astute administrator, Emeritus Professor Bubakar Sani Sambu, former Director General, Energy Commission of Nigeria, former Vice Chancellor Bubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi, and the present Vice President, World Energy Council. You will agree with me that the qualitative delivery of this lecture eminently sets the tone for today's convocation ceremony. A convocation such as this is the climax of academic activities signifying the completion of prescribed courses of study or programs by students having met all necessary requirements, which includes being found worthy in character and learning. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, let me assure you that the students who are graduating today have met all these requirements and much more. This is so because ADUN not only trains the students on academic subjects, but also in character development, which by extension rubs off positively on the society. This is undoubtedly a unique selling point for ADUN in the Committee of Nigerian Universities. It is pleasing to inform this gathering today that out of the 115 candidates who were offered admission and began this journey of academic triumph, 100 students are graduating with bachelor's degree. The breakdown is as follows. First class, 7. Second class upper, 51. Second class lower, 41. Third class, 1. The number of students has considerably increased from 231 at its inception in 2018-2019 academic session to 1,136 in 2024-2025. Of these, 138 are male, 93 female. But today, 770 are male, 366 female, bringing a total of 1,136. It is gratifying to report that ADUN's undergraduate programs enjoy full NUC accreditation. I know that this is at the heart of the founders of this university. In the commencement of Faculty of Maritime Studies and that of Engineering. I am glad to report that NUC has visited our campuses for the verification of the programs in these two faculties. And we are hoping to commence undergraduate programs these faculties. The following programs will eventually be affected. B.Ed Engineering, Petroleum and Gas Engineering, B.Eng Mechanical Engineering, Eng Electrical Engineering and Electronics Engineering, BSc Nautical Science, BSc Logistics and Supply Chain Management, and BSc Naval Architecture. The introduction of the ADUN Law Clinic marks another step in the training of our law students. The clinic provides avenue for law students to put the theoretical knowledge of law into practice through activities such as regular moot and mock trial sessions or competitions, research, drafting of legal documents under the guidance of experienced senior lawyers in 4 law chambers within this university. The Law Clinic has so far sent 17 students on placements in different law firms across Nigeria to gain practical experience in law for a period of 2 months. ADUN continues to partner with willing institutions and bodies in areas in which it has comparative advantage for mutual benefits. The People's Friendship University of Russia, named after Patrice Lumumba, located in Russia, is one of such institutions. The MOU to this effect was signed in September 2023 for exchange of programs. Also, the university entered into an agreement with China African Consortium of universities for exchange of programs in 2023. The MOU has been signed and presently waiting full implementation. Additionally, efforts are ongoing to collaborate with more reputable institutions which will further boost the image of ADUN in the Committee of Nigerian Universities. At this point, I want to also mention that we are in close contact and in close relationship with the Energy Commission of Nigeria. We are glad to announce that Admiralty University of Nigeria has been registered by NUC as the 154th Federal University. It is equally heartwarming that we have been enlisted by Tertiary Education Fund, TED Fund. By this, the transition to a full-fledged federal university is gradually coming to a close. We are therefore looking forward to the kind support and assistance of all these bodies to undertake the numerous development programs and projects already earmarked in this university. In readiness, staff have mobilized themselves into groups. A total of 13 concept. As I'm talking to you, 3 staff members, Professor Chinwesi Isitua and Dr. Chiama Ehiaka, have been invited by the TED Fund National Research Fair and Exhibition, which commenced and would have been ended by yesterday. They were there to showcase their research findings, which include Hammermed, herbal oil solution, cast a postgraduate school. The postgraduate school is expected to commence with 8 programs as follows: PGD, MSc, MPhil, and PhD in Conservative and Environmental Biology. PGD, MSc, MPhil, and PhD in Forensic Science. PGD, MSc, MPhil, and PhD in Accounting. PGD, MSc, MPhil, and PhD in Business Administration. PGD, MSc, MPhil, and PhD in Economics. PGD, MA, MPhil, and PhD in English and Literary Studies. PGD, MSc, MPhil, and PhD in Computer Science. PGD, MSc, MPhil, and PhD in Software Engineering. These programs have been subjected to resource verification by the NUC, and full academic activities are to commence within the 2025-26 session. ADUN is ready to provide more opportunities for her graduates and those of other schools and fill the academic gap in our immediate environment. In furtherance of ADUN's corporate social responsibilities, over 20 students have benefited from institution scholarship to Igbuzo and Ogwashuku. The institution gives 2 scholarships each to the 2 communities on yearly basis. It is also relevant to mention that the university has honored several invitations from these communities to attend festival celebrations and other activities with presentations of gifts and items from ADUN. This is in line with the town and gown philosophy of this university. Apart from the support functions of universities and the academia, the academic staff of ADUN have continued to render community service in support of scholarship and educational development of our nation. Many of the staff have served and are still serving as members of NUC accreditation teams or resource verification panels to Nigerian universities. The staff had also participated in retreats organized by NUC, JAMB, TED Fund at different times. Others are serving the nation through strategic appointments in governments. Considering the critical correspondence available in ADUN, it is safe to conclude that the demand for the services of our staff will increase in the years ahead. In the area of staff welfare, ADUN during the year intervened directly in mitigating staff welfare needs. These include wedding ceremonies, providing succor to families of deceased staff through providing burial arrangements, and other supports, including intervention in health care of the staff. Moreover, a shuttle bus service has been provided to convey staff to and fro work at a minimal cost. Some of the staff are also being accommodated to enhance their comfort at home, and the plans are to build more quarters for staff. Furthermore, in recognition of the importance of capacity building to both the individual and the institution, ADUN has invested heavily on staff training outside TED Fund intervention. Monthly administrative lectures are being organized to keep the administrative staff abreast of current happenings in the university administration globally. More than 30 staff members have been allowed to attend conferences, training, and professional workshops within the last 6 months in-house, within and outside the country. These include professional associations in the registry, in the bursary, in the audit, including accountants, economists, computer scientists, renewable energy specialists, lawyers, librarians, etc. It is believed that these efforts would lead to the enhancement of productivity and higher commitment by staff to the goals and aspirations of ADUN. The university has provided hostel accommodation for her students. We are here being assisted by Delta State government, which has graciously donated an additional hostel, which is nearing completion. The university will appreciate more assistance from other organizations and friends of the university. To build healthy minds in healthy bodies, we have provided basic sporting and recreational facilities for our students and are in the process of expanding our infrastructure to meet the increasing population. ADUN is now a member of Nigerian Universities Games Association, NUGA. We're looking forward to participating in the next fiesta. As part of the process of transiting to a federal institution, the fee structure for the university has been reviewed by 50% downwards. Thought I'll get a clap for that. This has the obvious implication of a tremendous increase in the number of students who will be seeking admission into the university. We are delighted about the trend, which is already manifesting, as we have already recorded more than 70% increase in admissions this year, and it is still coming. This is a good development, as we hope that more Nigerians who could not afford to send their children to the university when it was private can now do so. We have stated with joy that the staff strength has increased, that a number of programs have been introduced, and that student intake has almost doubled. While we appreciate these developments, we are aware that they come with costs. The facilities in the institutions are being overstretched. It is arguably difficult to prioritize them, including hostels, lecture theaters, laboratories, libraries, ICT centers, medical facilities, fund for research and training, staff quarters, staff offices, firefighting vehicles, official vehicles, staff buses, just to name a few. The university is in dire need of infrastructure. At this point, Admiralty of Nigeria wishes to appreciate the continuing efforts to enhance teaching and learning environment, including the upgrade of general facilities. We thank Delta State government for donating the block of hostel, which is about 60% completion and may be fully completed at the end of this year. In addition to this, the university also intends to commence the construction of more buildings in no distant time to meet our new status as a federal university. Your Excellency, sir, these are problems usually associated with new institutions. While we appreciate all the federal government has been doing, and the Nigerian Navy, all that they have done for us, we still want to draw the attention to the items I have mentioned above for their own attention. The cost of providing light, water, and fuel to run this university is on the increase. Before now, on the average, we would have conveniently provided light with approximately 3 million naira a month. But now the university will need above 10 million every month to do the same. This is a serious issue because light affects virtually every other aspect of life: water, offices, hostels, teaching, medical, and indeed general cleanliness. The university has resorted to rationing light supply, switching off areas not in use, purchasing in tokens, but the bill is still very high. While ADUN has been able to light up the streets with solar, power supply still remains a big challenge, even though the university campus has been divided into units so that solar can be provided in stages. This is a major project that must come with the next year's budget, and it can be extended to other areas, to faculties, hostels, libraries, laboratories, etc. Let me at this juncture express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented my brother here, for the continued support and encouragement. We are also most grateful for the direction and support received from Chairman and members of ADUN Governing Council towards the success of the activities of the university. We shall continue to count on such support in order to make the university, to take the university to the desired destination of leading the technology revolution in the higher institutions in Nigeria, in particular, and the nation, the world at large. I also wish to place on record the invaluable support received from our regulatory bodies, namely the National Universities Commission, the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Council of Legal Education, and other professional bodies. We also specially acknowledge JAMB, TED Fund, and NEL Fund. I wish us to specially acknowledge the dedication and resilience of the faculty and staff who nurtured and mentored the graduating students to become what they are today. While appreciating your efforts, please be rest assured that ADUN will continue to motivate you to produce even greater results in the years ahead. To the graduating students, our dear luminary leaders, I rejoice with you on this auspicious occasion. You have worked very hard to earn these degrees which you have celebrated. Great admirables, great admirables, great admirables.
Acting Vice Chancellor, sir, I have the honor to call upon the Dean, Faculty of Science, Professor Leonard Kashima Shilba, to present the students who have fulfilled the requirements as prescribed by the University Senate of Admiralty University of Nigeria and have been found worthy, both in character and learning, to be awarded the degrees of this university. Dean, Faculty of Science.
Will the recipients of the Bachelor of Science degree in Conservation and Environmental Biology, Forensic Science, Cyber Security, Computer Science, and Software Engineering please rise and remain standing? Okay. Acting Vice Chancellor, sir, in the name of the Faculty of Science and by the authority of the University Senate, I present to you the following persons here present and those unavoidably absent for whom I stand proxy for the award of Bachelor of Science degree of the Admiralty University of Nigeria in the 2023-2024 academic session. Thank you.
I will start with the Faculty of Arts. By the powers conferred on me as the Acting Vice Chancellor, I award each of you present and those who are unavoidably absent, for whom the Dean stands proxy, the degrees of Bachelor of Arts in English and Literary Studies, History and International Studies, as well as the Bachelor of Science degrees in Accounting, Business Administration, Economics, International Relations, and Hospitality and Tourism Studies of Admiralty University of Nigeria. Congratulations. Now the Faculty of Science. By the powers conferred on me as the Acting Vice Chancellor, I award each of you present and those who are unavoidably absent, for whom the Dean stands proxy, the degrees of Bachelor of Science in Conservation and Environmental Biology, Forensic Science, Computer Science, Cyber Security, and Software Engineering programs of Admiralty University of Nigeria. Congratulations.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, I have the honor of calling on the students from farms. I will list and call the names here to file out and receive their scrolls. Bachelor of Science in Accounting, Sunday Jubilee Ediakete. Olagbemi Debbie Oluwayinka. Onwamanam Ezinne Esther. Eleme Ngozi Philippa. Yoro Oveje Christiana Ogenefejiro. Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration. Peters Obinna Harrison. Mutela Yusuf Mayowa. Bachelor of Science degree in Economics. Chukwudi Ogechukwu Precious. Daniels Great Chidima. God Charity. Bachelor of Arts degree in English and Literary Studies. Noel Dobara Amanda. Bachelor of Arts degree in History and International Studies. Nwankwo Chibuike. Bachelor of Science degree in International Relations. Okocha Chukwufumnanya Promise. Owefe Tokoni Praise. Adejo Ojima Ojo Stephanie. Chetuya Faith. Epo Uduak. Esi Ideso Uve Parobo. Badamosi Babatunde Akim. Monye Obrageli Debelichukwu. Nnadozie Chidera Winner. Nwabuzo Elijah Amalachukwu. Ogodo Roro Isaac. Okonji Chinedu Divine. Opera Sydney Chinedum Gerard. Agugwa Chinazekbere Isaac. Akrozwe Chinedum Chi Edoze. Adamo Egbejule Trust. Anyanwu Ezekiel Chinedu. Ikechukwu Chemele Mark Henry. Mezi Ezine Success. Obinne Kenechukwu. Ogboniwe Emmanuela Isioma. Onwodi Onyelukachukwu Daniel. Onyeka Dominica Ebelechukwu. Owesege Ilayefa Eniye. Smith Samuel. Then Samson Simon Pere. Thank you very much.
Graduating students from the Faculty of Science to come out and formally receive their degrees. Conservation and Environmental Biology program. Onyeka Chukwu Elfreda. Forensic Science. Ujo Eje Andrew. Onwulere Somtochukwu Onom Dinachi. Abdul Momoni Nora. Oma Chibiyojo Elizabeth. Wadia Joshua Chiedu. Bachelor of Computer Science. Agu Udensi Udensi. Amajoyi Ekenelichuku Judah. Amechi Nwanze Udo Laura. Chidobu Ogugwa Ikechukwu. Idris Awroswagene Anthony. Iheniacho Ikechukwu Benedict. Ntosi Charles Kanayochukwu. Nwaokolo Uche Royal. Okpe Rufina Stephanie. Onobogu John Ikechukwu. Osoji Chiemeka Darlington. Anga Richard Nengi. Echo ABDB Felix. Idiege Emmanuel. Owemiye Humphrey. Sanusi Akinola. Uchi Diono Ebubechukwu David. William West. Valerie Chinwendu. Now, Bachelor of Cyber Security. Echela Odaliko Echela. Agbara Chidima Francis. Ezekwe Naemeka King David. Norom Ebube Jerry. Ogunleye Dide Neil. Ojenua Enine Sweetness. Peter Okoli Tobechukwu Stephen. Sam Dede. Denzel Tamuno Mi Baka. Abua Ngozi David. Abonyi Uchenna Emmanuel. Akpachuku Eric Minachi. Ekpo Bedafe Ovie Okiemote. Enujeko Benjamin Delight. Nwaibo Emeka David. Nwanwene Chukwuma Charles. Anagise Osasoge Favor. Oyebade Emmanuel Oluwafemi. Now, Bachelor of Software Engineering. Ofili Onye. Aya Ofu Enenease. Chiaganam Amobichuku. Ekanem Nyarawo. Essien Bless Ilo Chidera Cosmos. Obidike Emmanuel Chukwuebuka, Okechukwu Beyano Favor, Okoro Ezine Angela, Okuchukwu Chidera Don Clinton, Oviego Kewe Emmanuel, Patrick Entebre Joe, Alali John Boma, Alfred Ogoneyerowo Favor, Bello Mohammed Olarenwaju, Ebenezer Ewere Walter, Mongin Ayomiku Samuel, Nkete Chibueze Chimdi, Nwa Okobia Precious Chinwe, Ozili Osemedwa Emmanuel, Ugbe Onoma Harmony. Thank you and congratulations.
Acting Vice Chancellor, sir. I now have the honor to call upon the Acting Dean, Student Affairs, Dr. Nnamdi Sylvester Okonkwo, to present the students who attained academic distinctions during their studies in the university. Dean of Students.
The Acting Vice Chancellor, sir. I wish to present the list of those that won prizes. Sir, by the authority of council, I present to you the following persons of the Faculty of Arts, Management and Social Sciences, and those of the Faculty of Science who have attained academic distinctions during their studies in the Admiralty University of Nigeria, Ibusa. Okay. The list runs thus. The first is overall prize for the best graduating students for the 2023-2024 academic session in the university. Name of this award is Proprietor's Prize. The name of winner is Onwulere Somtochukwu Onomsnachi. All right. She put a CGPA of 4.80. And the value prize for this award is 300,000 naira. Okay. The second prize is for the best graduating students for the 2023-2024 academic session in the Faculty of Arts, Management and Social Sciences. Name of this award is Pro-Chancellor's Award. The name of winner is Okocha Chukwu from Nanya Promise. Next is for the best graduating students for the 2023-2025 academic session in the Faculty of Science. Name of the award is Pro-Chancellor's Award as well. The name of winner is Onwulere Somtochukwu Onuntanachi. As you already know, Onwulere pulled 4.80 CGPA, and the value of this award is 120,000 naira. We have prize for the best graduating students for the 2023-24 academic session in the Faculty of Arts, Management and Social Sciences. Name of award is Vice Chancellor's Prize. The name of winner is Okocha Chukwu from Nanya Promise, who has a CGP of 4.68. He earns a cash value of 120,000 naira on this. There is also the prize for the best graduating student for 2023-25 academic session in the Faculty of Science. Name of the award is Vice Chancellor's Award. Name of winner is Onwulere Somtochukwu Onumachiri. .80 CGPA for the obtained time, and the cash value for this is 120,000 naira. We have another prize this time around for the best graduating students for the 2023-25 academic session in the Faculty of Arts, Management and Social Sciences. Name of this award is Dean's Prize. Dean's Prize. Winner again is Okocha Chukwu from Nanya Promise. .60 CGPA, cash value of 75,000 naira. For the best graduating students for 2023-24 academic session in the Faculty of Science. Name of award is Dean's Prize. Name of the winner is Onwulere Somtochukwu. The cash value for this award is 75,000 naira. The next award is Head of Department's Prize for the best graduating student in the Department of Accounting, Business, and Economics. Name of award is Departmental Prize. Name of winner is Chukwude Uche Chukwu Precious. She's a first-class student because she put a CGP of 4.53. And the cash value for this award is 50,000 naira. We have Head of Department's Prize for the best graduating students in the Department of English, History, and International Studies. Name of the award is Departmental Prize. Name of winner is Nwankwo Chibuike. Nwankwo Chibuike is a 4-pointer. The cash value for this award is 50,000 naira. Next is the Head of Department Prize for the best graduating students in the Department of International Relations and Tourism Studies. Name of award, as usual, is Departmental Prize. Name of winner is Ukocha Chukwu from Nanya Promise. He's picking a cash value of 50,000 naira on this. Congratulations. And then finally, we have Head of Department's Prize for the best graduating students in the Department of Biology and Forensic Science. Name of award is Departmental Prize. Winner of this award is Onwulere Somtochukwu Onumdinachi. 4.80 CGPA, 50,000 naira cash award. Sorry, we omitted one in error. That is the very last one. And that prize is the Head of Department Prize for the best graduating student in the Department of Computing Sciences. Name of award is Departmental Prize. Name of winner is Ofili Onyinye. Ofili Onyinye is also a first-class brain. And this prize has a cash value of 50,000 naira.
What do the VC share with them? Acting Vice Chancellor, sir. I now call on the guest lecturer, Professor Abubakar Sani Sambo, to step forward for his citation and thereafter deliver this convocation lecture. Guest lecturer, sir.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, it is my distinct honor and great pleasure to present the third convocation lecturer of Admiralty University of Nigeria. Standing before you is Engineer Professor Abubakar Sani Sambo, a man who is globally acclaimed as a luminary in the field of energy and mechanical engineering, a dynamic leader, a distinguished academic, and indeed a legend in his own right. He was born on the 31st of July, 1955, in Zaria, Kaduna State. Our esteemed lecturer graduated from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, with a first-class honors degree in mechanical engineering in 1979. He proceeded to the University of Sussex, United Kingdom, where he obtained a doctorate degree also in mechanical engineering in 1983. The young Sambo began his working career in 1980 at Bayero University, Kano, as a graduate assistant to become a senior lecturer. In 1989, he joined Usmanu Danfodio University, Sokoto, as a reader in energy studies and the director of the Sokoto Energy Research Center. In 1991, he was elevated to the rank of Professor of Mechanical Engineering with a focus on energy studies. And this was at the age of 37, barely 12 years into his academic career. Professor Sambo became the Vice Chancellor of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi, in 1995. He served with distinction for 2 consecutive terms and left an indelible mark on the institution. At the conclusion of his tenure as the Vice Chancellor of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi, in 2004, Professor Sambo was yet again appointed the pioneer Vice Chancellor of Kaduna State University, where he served briefly before his appointment as the Director General of the Energy Commission of Nigeria. Professor Sambo was named the Special Advisor to the President on Energy in July 2011. Fast forward to the last 4 years, Professor Abubakar Sambo has served society in numerous ad hoc capacities. Among others, he has been Chairman, Ministerial Task Force on Power, Member, Tertiary Education Trust Fund Standing Committee on Research and Development, and Coordinator of the Energy Thematic Group. He has also been Chairman, Ministers' Policy and Technical Advisory Committee on Environment. He has been member, ECOWAS Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Consultative Committee. He's also served as member, African Union High-Level Panel on Emerging Technologies. An eminent scholar and a prolific writer, Professor Sambo has supervised over 20 PhD candidates to successful completion and has published well over 200 articles in books, journals, and conference proceedings. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it will not be out of place to describe Professor Abubakar Sambo as a prolific academic fellow. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering, Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Science, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Fellow of the Solar Energy Society of Nigeria, Fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Mechanical Engineers, Fellow of the Nigerian Association of Energy Economists, Fellow of the Renewable and Alternative Energy Society of Nigeria, Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Management, Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Power Engineers, Ladies and gentlemen, he is also a fellow of the Energy Institute of the United Kingdom. Indeed, the exceptional figure that is Professor Sambo is recognized as a global energy expert and leader who has served as a two-term vice chair for Africa on the World Energy Council. As a highly sought-after Nigerian energy scholar, Professor Sambo has chaired the Nigerian chapter of the World Energy Council for the last 18 years. And by the way, the World Energy Council is the principal impartial global network of leaders and practitioners promoting affordable, stable, and environmentally sensitive energy systems for the greatest benefit of mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed convocation lecturer is the proud recipient of two prestigious national honors. In 1997, he was awarded the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM. And in the year 2000, he received the distinguished honor of the Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON. It is no surprise that a man of such stature holds a distinguished chieftaincy title. His contributions to society have been acknowledged with the prestigious chieftaincy title of Shetiman Gabas Zazau, conferred upon him by the Emir of Zazau in 2018. In December 2022, he was one of the recipients of the 2021-2022 Role Model Award of the Hallmarks of Labor Foundation. In January 2024, he was declared the president-elect of the Nigerian Academy of Science. And on the 24th of February 2024, he was conferred with the honorary Doctor of Engineering degree by the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi. After retiring from Usmanu Danfodio University, Sokoto, Professor Sambo was conferred with the title of Professor Emeritus. And this was during the institution's convocation ceremony, which held on the 20th of April, just this year. This prestigious title serves as a testament to his outstanding contribution to the Faculty of Engineering and Environmental at professionally married with children. As we prepare to delve into the convocation lecture, which promises to enhance our understanding of the roles of the federal government and the universities excellence. Academic Hall of Fame, someone whose remarkable contributions have profoundly influenced and beyond our borders. Your Excellencies, Royal Majesties and Highnesses, distinguished personalities, the ebullient class of 2024, esteemed members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation and a rousing round of applause, please join me in welcoming Professor Emeritus Abubakar Sambo, NPO Sam, OON, the Shetiman Gabas Zazau, as he delivers the third convocation lecture of Admiralty University of Nigeria.
Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Minister of Education, the Chief of Naval Staff, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, please permit me to stand on the protocol very well established. I first want to thank the university for inviting me to share my thoughts about the Nigerian energy sector in the topic given to me. And I want to say at the very beginning that having checked the website of Admiralty University of Nigeria and having come physically to see what is on ground, I must congratulate the Governing Council, past ones and present one, and the Chief of Naval Staff for the big and very surprising strategic developments that are very visible on the campus. Mr. Chairman, the lecture has been printed, but I prefer to talk to some slides. And to be very honest with you, I am with the conventional university system that when they say convocation ceremony, the lecture is a day before, and I have prepared slides for about 45 minutes, thinking there will be 15 minutes discussion, but seeing the program, I will jump so many slides to try to fit into the time provided to me. And I don't know whether you can read the slides. It looks a little bit, I hope you'll be able to read. Can I move to slide number 3? Slide number 3, please. Well, I've already mentioned the first one. The other thing I want to say on this slide, I'm sure all of us here know that good living standards and socio-economic development requires available energy in regular, reliable, and affordable levels. And that I'm sure most of you know that thus far, the energy we take for electricity generation, the energy we take for transport sector, the energy we use in our houses for cooking, all substantially come from oil and gas. And I'm sure many of you already know that oil and gas the world over has been known as creating problem of climate change because the carbon dioxide emissions creates global warming, and that, if not curtailed, it will scatter the whole world. And that is why in 2015, move to the next slide, the United Nations held a very big meeting when they came up with the Sustainable Development Goals. The SDGs are supposed to ensure the whole world moves to eradicate hunger, improve education, but also to substantially curtail carbon dioxide emissions through the use of renewable electricity and low carbon technologies, as well as the use of electric vehicles in the transportation sector. That was in September 2015. In December of the same year, there was the climate change meeting of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC in Paris. And Nigeria signed that SDGs that same year and ratified 2 years thereafter. And overwhelming number of countries of the world have all keyed in. But let me at the onset allay your fears. Nigeria is a major oil and gas country. There are numerous utilizations of oil and gas, apart from electricity and transportation. There are about 100 utilizations, petrochemicals, pesticides, fertilizers, pharmaceuticals, and so on and so forth. So if we are not lazy, we can tilt our students to go into those other utilizations so we can have a better world. And IEEA, that has been monitoring the implementation, that was in 2021, beginning of 2021, noted that the way the world is moving, the temperature is not going to be limited to 1.5, which is the level beyond which there will be climate change complication. And they thereafter came with the net zero agenda, 2050 net zero agenda. And that net zero agenda, move to the next slide. That 2050 net zero agenda is essentially to ensure that the emissions of the year 2020, about 32 gigatons of carbon dioxide, is reduced to just about 203 by 2050. And that level will not create complications for the world. This is a general for the whole world. Many countries have adopted their own. Next slide. This is the Nigerian energy transition plan. And Nigeria, we are hoping to make ours by 2060. That was the Buhari pledged at the climate change conference in Glasgow in 2021, November 2021. Buhari pledged that Nigeria is going to meet net zero by 2060. And the plan is that there will be 45% reduction in carbon dioxide emissions by 2030 and 90% by 2050. Gas commercialization will continue up to 2030, and the plan is estimated to create about 340,000 new jobs by 2030 and 840,000 by 2050. And of course, tremendous amount of money will be required, and the government is battling to see that that is obtained. This is for the introduction. I want to move to the next section, which I will start with this slide. Next, satellite world at night. So the essence of this picture is to show you two things. Number one, Nigeria has a lot to do because electricity is the most sought after energy and the highest grade of energy. And that is what lends this. I'm sure you have heard Africa, the dark continent. This is where we get this notion because it's a continent with the poorest electricity supply. And this situation of Nigeria that is supposed to frighten all of us, you will see it more in the next slide, where Nigeria is ranked number 17. In Africa, we are behind Cameroon, behind Cote d'Ivoire, behind Senegal, behind Ghana in electricity. They are all better than us. And this thing is not surprising. If you move to the next slide, you'll see that I was giving you figures that average annual electricity consumption time I collected the data was about 2,600 kilowatt hour for each person in the world, average. And for Africa, it was 500. But that of Nigeria is hovering between 175 and 220. We are below the African average, not to talk of the world average. If we take the population of our country and apply the African average, we are supposed to have about 15,500 megawatts right now, not the 5,000 we are struggling. Even the African, if we are to go for the world average, it's even more shocking because the world average will require the country to have electricity about 59,000 megawatts. 59,000 megawatts, if we are to be at the world average. So we have got a very big task to do to move our continent forward. And this problem, next slide will show you when I was vice chairman of the World Energy Council for Africa, we noted that African countries, their problems, especially in the power sector, are mainly they have inadequate energy infrastructure on the ground and their low local contents, inadequate indigenous human and manufacturing capacity, manpower and industries are not producing the components, and then the shortage of funds for investments. There is inadequacy, the policies are not very good, and there is also lack of good governance and inadequate political will. This good governance is hiding so many things. Top of them, as you all know, is non-transparent or corruption. And then the inadequate political will, we have seen it in several countries, and I am glad to say that some countries are moving forward because of that. Brazil, I visited Brazil on behalf of the Nigerian government twice, and there we saw the meaning of political will. The president will convene meetings and shouting and yelling and removal from offices for non-performance. That is what makes people to shift. Here in Nigeria, we're not doing that. The minister that is underperforming is reappointed in a very, I don't want to talk too much about that. I'm supposed to be a government person, but so I will stop like that and just say that we need to do a lot better in that regard. In the case of Nigeria, we found two more problems. Number one there is that the expected effectiveness for liberalization of the power sector in 2005 and privatization in 2013 were not done transparently. That is why we are still having problems. I'm sure many of you have been reading some members of government saying we sold ourselves or something like that. And that is a problem because the people, the commission responsible for monitoring and punishing, as it were, those who are not complying with the sales agreement, they are made incapable of implementing anything. And that is why we don't have problem. We don't have the power that we are supposed to have. Then there is also the, well, it's a bit recent, but I thought we should be faster. Electricity Act 2023 was enacted, signed into law June last year. That June to now is approaching 1.5 years. The number of states that have got their electricity markets on the move is just about 6. I will talk about it later. And we should have a lot more. That's why we are putting that as a problem. If we move to the next slide, we will see the problem in the transport sector is similar to that of the power sector. In addition, one of the major issues is that despite the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021, and despite the fact that the largest single trade refinery capable of processing 650,000 barrels per day is now functional, still we are importing petroleum products to our country. Very bad. Now, on the other areas, can you move to the next slide? For industries, their major problem, no, go back. I think you have gone too fast. For industries, the major problem, as you all know, is inadequacy of electricity and gas supplies. Most of our industries rely on gas, and the gas is not being supplied in the quantity and quality they want. And so many of the industries have closed and have moved even to other countries, as you all know. A big pity about our country. And then in the services sector, when you talk of services sector, we are referring to hospitals, schools, barracks, offices, banks, and so on. Their major problem, again, is lack of electricity. If you move to the household sector, you know, everybody has to eat, whether in the rural, peri-urban, or urban areas, cooking is done. And there again, the sustainable cooking fuel is not available all over. Gas is the neatest, but our cousins in the peri-urban centers and rural areas rely substantially on fuel wood and charcoal from trees. And if care is not taken, desert is going to reach most parts of Nigeria. Something has to be done in that direction. Now, if you move to the next slide, you say, with all these problems, both the conventional that the world is moving away and the renewables in plentiful supply. So what is our problem? I think we have even mentioned so many non-transparent issue and the issue of inadequate political will. That political will is a very serious thing. Targets have to be met, but you can see the resources. Nigeria is even more of a gas country because that compilation was done 22. Yeah, NNPC said it was up a little bit, and I tell you it will go up more. This is because if a lot of prospecting is done in the Niger Delta Basin, Enugu Basin, Upper Benue Trough, Bauchi Gombe, Nasarawa Basin, and even Illuminum Basin between Nigeria and Niger Republic. We will be friends again when we see oil and gas from. So it will go up than oil. And gas is a neater fuel. I will mention it a little bit in the future. So we have a lot of energy, and the solar is even the largest. As we are talking here, if you take 1% land area of Nigeria, put solar photovoltaic panels of 10% efficiency for 6 hours a day, you're going to have about 300,000 megawatts. 300,000 megawatts from solar alone. So therefore, what are we doing? Why are we not there? I think we must shake our leaders, get them to adopt the necessary policy, legal and regulatory frameworks, as well to entice the investors to come and invest and lift us up. Because we cannot develop. We cannot develop if we don't have energy. And the top one, as I mentioned, is electricity, then transport fuel, and so on and so forth. Now, you can see here, apart from still there, while President Buhari said we meet net zero 2060 and we stop combusting gas by 20, from now to 20 for electricity generation. We can also produce coal briquettes. They are very good for cooking in the household and services sector. Coal briquettes. Coal briquettes, their carbon emission is negligible, so they will be good for cookers. Any one of you who is interested, go into this. I think we can talk. My email will be displayed, and we can move substantially forward. Next slide, please. We have also some wind. The wind is not too much. In the extreme north, Jos Plateau, coastal area, we can generate a lot of electricity from wind. Biomass is there. We don't want to promote biomass too much, but the thing is that our cousins, if you tell them to stop using fuel wood now, then you are just a theoretician, because they don't even listen to the radio, they don't know, they don't read the newspapers. So the better thing to do is to plant plantations of quick-growing tree species to provide for the fuel wood for them in the interim. And that will be something that will move substantially forward. Next slide, there's something that is coming on that is making. It's a good thing, it's a very good thing to take the gas from Niger Delta to Abuja, to Kaduna, to Kano, because it will create power plants, industries in those areas. But then the next step of taking the gas from Kano to Niger, to Algeria, that's the middle picture there, is something that African Union has been pushing for about 15 years. And they want the gas from there to go to Europe, through Italy, through Morocco. And then the last picture there on the right, recent one, about 2 years ago, ECOWAS started saying Nigeria should supply gas across the West African coast. So we need gas in Nigeria. If we take it to Europe, well, you know, this Ukraine, Russia was one that led to the third leg. If we take it to them, we will have problems in Nigeria. Let's wait a little bit until we sort out ourselves, set up the industries, set up the power plants, we become reasonably self-sufficient, then we can deliver the gas. That's my personal opinion. But the government is still pushing this, but I think it's having problems because the investments required are not coming as quick as the government plans are. So maybe that is something good for us. Next slide, please. Next slide is showing you that for about 85% of the land area of Nigeria, 85%, you can tap from the provision of solar energy to get electricity. And the next slide is showing you the wind map that in north, Jos Plateau, coastal areas, you can also get a lot of wind. If you check just Plateau area alone and put a particular type of wind turbines, you can get almost 150,000 megawatts of electricity. So again, the question, what are you waiting for? Next slide is just showing you some of the river system. that we can put our hydropower plants, both the large scale and the micro ones. Some specific sites, the government was thinking of putting some small and medium hydropower plants. The next one is showing some other energy resources. I didn't mention the nuclear. The major element of nuclear, uranium, is available in the northeastern states and Cross River State. Our uranium deposit has not been quantified, unfortunately. And our eyes were beclouded because of the oil and gas availability in our country. But I tell you what, uranium, 1 kilogram of uranium, 1,000 kilogram of coal will give you 1 kg of uranium. So any scientist will say, we must use uranium. We must use it. And some other things we can discuss quietly about uranium. Iran is moving in that direction. Too much, USA will block you. So, but for power generation, I think we should develop in that direction. Centers on nuclear. It's even when I was DG Energy Commission, the excise part of atomic and creative commission, and it is moving in that direction towards getting utilization. But you see, Niger have oil until very recently. From there area, as the same deposit that crops from that Yobe Borno side into Nigeria, and we have to do something in that regard. Uranium is beautiful. I think we should. I'm sure you also know, apart from power generation and the other things that we don't want to talk openly, you also use nuclear techniques in healthcare delivery, in prospecting for oil and gas, prospecting for solar minerals, prospecting even for water resources. Very beautiful. So we have to do something in that direction. Can we move next? On energy security, which is the main topic given to me. When they talk of energy security, they actually mean security of supply, regular, reliable, no disruption. But when you are in a military establishment, and when we have the current things we're having in Nigeria, you also have to look at security of energy infrastructure. And when the two are addressed, I think Nigeria will be very vibrant, and we will be moving in the correct direction. For security of supply, we must have an expanded energy mix, utilizing all the viable energy resources we're talking, not just the two that we're having. In fact, when you are relying on two, like we're having now on gas and hydro, you can say energy security of two. But when you bring solar, wind, hydro, biofuel, biomass, you will have an energy security of 6. And major companies prefer energy mix as high as possible to set up their branches for operation in various countries. And like I mentioned, there is quite a number of things that we can do, because you see the security issues can be addressed by monitoring of energy infrastructure, installing systems to detect moves, even to detect moves of tampering with energy infrastructure. Then we have to be very serious. All those courts must be arraigned to ensure adequate punishment is meted out to them. Can we move to the next slide, please? Now, there is quite a number of standard definitions. I think there's no need for me to go through this. It's in the text. I just move on to the next slide to tell you that energy security is an absolute and development of all countries. And this is needed for supporting industrial production of all types for powering all businesses, for powering water supply systems, schools, and so on. Hospital. Early this morning, I was chatting with your former project, and he confirmed to me the lack of adequate and reliable energy is also impacting in his own area of water supply and is impacting in all other areas. So we must move towards solving this hydra problem to ensure that Nigeria moves in the right track. Let's move on to the next slide, please. The first step in trying to expand the energy mix of any country, step number one is to do energy demand projection. And the Energy Commission of Nigeria, which is the federal government's agency mandated to produce strategic plans and coordinate national policies on energy in all ramifications, has been doing this for decades. Even before I went to the Energy Commission, they were doing. And one of the most recent energy demand projection is the one shown on this slide. You can see for year 2020, the total electricity we are expecting was about 31,000. And for next year, 2025, it will be 47,000 megawatts. For the SDG year, for the net zero year, we're thinking of something like 220,000 megawatts. This is the demand done scientifically using modern computer indicators in a very scientific manner. And when you do this, then now you do the supply projection. Next slide will show you a typical supply projection. And the supply projection has a mixture of all possibilities, all of them. And when you say for year 2025, you are thinking of 30-something thousand megawatts, then you do supply projection much more, because you know there are inefficiencies, there are losses, and so on. And when you say it's difficult to reach this in physical, practical systems of day-to-day, so you make the supply projections a lot higher. And this is one of them that you can see taken from 2010, which was the base year of starting this, and then up to year 2065. And if we can do this, which is sometimes called electricity generation expansion plan, Nigeria is going to be fully developed. And there are several, when you finish looking at this, then you start looking at the major power plants available. You look at them, and then you look at the details and the effectiveness, advantages, and so on and so forth. And as you can see, next slide, I have 4 of such schemes shown. Top left, you have combined cycle gas plant, and top right, you have coal power plant. Bottom, you have nuclear power plant, and then bottom right, you have comparison from nuclear and fossil fuel plants. Next slide, you have solar systems. You have off-grid or standalone system that can be used to power just Admiralty University, for example, or to power one particular community. Or you can even put it on the grid. Or you can have a grid outside to power Ibusa and some cities. Grid. It's a solar thermal plant. Next slide is showing you wind. Very good system. You have a wind vane. It collects the velocity, turns the vane, and then electricity is generated in a very sustainable manner. Next slide, you have the hydropower plants. I think all familiar with hydro, because this is one of is conventional, like our Kainji, our Shiroro, Jeba, they are all based on this type of system. You typically have a reservoir, then you have the hydroelectric power station. Slide is just picture of Egbin thermal power station, all taken at Egbin. It's just showing you that if we can have Egbin gas power plant, if we can have up to 26,000 megawatts. And the next one is showing combined cycle. And we have got next one Next one, you have Kainji hydropower. Next one, Kainji. Next one, Kainji. And then you have the nuclear power plant. Next one. Next one. And there's these small nuclear reactors, modular nuclear reactors, which are set up in different parts of the Federation. I think I will just jump. This is a solar system. Just stop here a little bit. The top two university in Dufe Alike. Right one is the Usman Danfodio University. I want to tell ADUN that as a federal university, you can go to Rural Electrification Agency, REA, and ask when is your turn. The phase one has been done. These two universities on top are in phase one. As I'm talking to you now, phase has been done. NDA, they are going to commission their own beginning of December, NDA. So you should ask for your own. Go to REA, Rural Electrification Agency, and ask, because I hear you complain about electricity. Purpose of energizing education program of the federal government is to help universities solve their own problems. So you need to go there and ensure that you get your own. Next slide is showing the system, beautiful one that Kenya did, 310 megawatts. Nigeria, we only have the Katsina 10 megawatts, Lambarimi 10 megawatts, which was started about 13, 14 years ago. We haven't finished it. We did the 310 in 2.5 years. Maybe that will be for discussions another time. Next slide. Move next slide quickly. Let's just go quickly. This is a type, just go back a little bit. This is a type of, go back a little bit. This is the carbon footprint comparison. You can see why environmentalists and those worried about carbon dioxide emission, renewables, they are negligible carbon footprints. Gas, you can see, is about 40%. It's not too bad. The next slide. The renewables are lower in cost than the ones on the right-hand side. Next slide. This is just a list. Slide. Well, say quickly that energy security is absolutely necessary to move in the right direction and ensure there is no, and so on. Next slide, next slide. Next slide, let's move on. Aha, electric vehicles, because this is one of the ways you can reduce the emissions from the transport sector. And Nigeria has produced by the National Automotive Design and Development a year and a half ago, waiting for implementation direction. The about 23–24% emission of the transport sector will be minimized. Can you? I think I will just mention the issue. Since I've been told to round up, I'll just move to conclusion, Mr. Chairman. I will just move to the conclusion section. I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, section, because it's very important to say that providing Nigeria to the net zero agenda by 2060, and this will make sure that will address all the low carbon systems and nuclear power plant. And one point that should be understood, net zero carbon emission, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is not absolute zero. The meaning of what I'm saying can be a little clever as we emit let's do this other area. Then we became friends. That's the way it is. Because we have a lot of oil and gas. We should not allow this God-given resources to go like that. Carbon capture and sequestration. And this is one area the energy people of ADUN can start working. Carbon capture and sequestration and plantations of trees. If you do it in a big way, I think you're going to get money from different foundations outside the world. And this is making me to say that distinguished Pro-Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor, you should set up a very powerful energy group that will not only do research, but try to pick on the provision of Electricity Act 2023, which is a game changer in two major ways. It promotes renewable electricity and it empowers states to set up their electricity markets. The meaning, so far, I put it in the lecture, only 6 states have created their electricity markets. I can check with that Delta electricity, get the guidelines from either electricity, gas, and the biomass. I think I read there's a lot of palm oil plantations here. Their waste product is beautiful renewable electricity. And VC, I think, Pro-Chancellor, you should think of setting up this group. Apart from the research, also they start producing electricity for consumption here and sell to organizations around here. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I've exceeded my time. Just one more point and I'll stop. I'm sure you are aware, ago, 17 states were in blackout for about 20 days because terrorists destroyed the Gwari area in Kaduna State, bringing life Niger end from Kayinji, Shiroro, Jeba side, and 17 states were out of electricity, which means we have got to move towards regionalization the national grid. 5 years. For now, I think we should recommend all the states to have on this electricity market with their own grids across the states. Once the grid in Delta is sorted out, it will link up with the grid in Edo, grid in a number of states, and so on and so forth, in such a way, when there's disruption from Edo, it will not affect this one. When there's disruption in Niger, it will not affect Kaduna State. So step 1 is to ensure Electricity Act 2023 is implemented. And that's why I think ADUN is
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, another. Hello, sir. I hereby Vice Chancellors, His Excellencies, and the Executive Secretary of National University Commission that have brought goodwill messages to ADUN on the occasion of the to present their messages. I therefore invite the Acting Vice Chancellor to step forward and receive the goodwill message. Yes.
Vice Chancellor, sir, I'm from Dennis Osadebe University here in Asaba. And this is from the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ben E. Ogojafo.
Vice Chancellor, sir, I'm Professor Mrs. Chinelo Nwokolo, the Dean of Students of Federal University of Petroleum Resources. Ably represented, our Vice Chancellor is here as the visitor. We wish you well, sir. This is our goodwill message.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Professor Godwin C. Ndoka, Vice Chancellor, Novena University, Ogume. I bring him these greetings. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Chancellor, sir, I am Professor Jomata Igben. I'm standing in for Professor Augustine Nikelegbe, Western Delta University. Over.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
I'm Air Vice Marshal Eo Shugbamu. I'm the Deputy Commandant, Air Force Institute of Technology, Kaduna. I'm here to represent the Commandant of the Institute, Air Vice Marshal S.L. Rabe. So later I'll present the hard copy of our goodwill message to you, sir. So congrats.
Thank you very much.
I am Dr. Okocha Judy Fechkude, representing the rector of Delta State Polytechnic of Washuku, Builder Professor Emmanuel Achuenu. He traveled and he asked me to represent you. By next week, the hard copy of the goodwill message will be brought to your office. Thank you, sir.
Senator, we are very close neighbors here, so thank you very much. You're welcome. We appreciate you.
One, sir.
Welcome, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I now have the honor to call upon the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council, Vice Admiral Dele Joseph Izoba, to address convocation. Pro-Chancellor, sir.
Let me just say that I would have loved to say I want to stand on existing protocol, distinguished audience. But then again, on occasions like this, you have to do one or two things to situate the intent very properly. I'd like to acknowledge the visitor to the university, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Technology, Efunu Wari. You're welcome, sir. Now, equally, our distinguished guest of honor, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Delta State, Right Honorable Sheriff Oboviweri, JP. And then, of course, the special guest of honor, who is the Chief of Defense Staff, and then the Chancellor of the University, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala. That said, let me, therefore, stand on existing protocol. But it is equally important that I recognize our landlord who, in his wisdom, provided the land on which we sit today, the Obuzo of Ibuzo, erudite Professor Louis Ichuno Waposhi. You're welcome, sir. And other traditional rulers here present, we acknowledge you and we thank you for coming. That said, I want to also congratulate our graduating students and other members of the university family. Before I go into my remarks, I want to seize a few moments to thank our guest lecturer, Professor Emeritus Sani Sambo. He has not only taken time to come here in spite of very busy schedules, but he has also told us things that border on our current national challenge. The choice by this university for this year's graduation lecture was well thought through and very apt. Energy security for this country has been a recurring decimal in terms of challenge. And government in its wisdom Nigerians at large have tried to grapple with this at different times, and is still ongoing. But what he has done today in his very scintillating lecture, I'm not going to do a summary of your lecture, Prof, but I'm only going to highlight those very fundamental points that we should take away as deliverables. He has, in his wisdom, given us an overview of the entire tapestry of our energy structure, from time immemorial in the past to the present, and projected what we should be doing into the future. But what brings to mind for me as a form of interest is that in his quest to tell us what the issues are, he also went further to recommend things that the federal government should do, things that universities and polytechnics should also do, and also told us why we are where we are today and what needs to be done to move forward. And one of the things that I like, particularly with regards to what he told us, was where he did enunciate by way of recommendation that we should look at the structure or the model we have adopted in the past, because some of them have not yielded the desired dividend. And he did capture succinctly that the issue of PPP, that is public-private partnership, which has been the hallmark of our energy infrastructural development as a country, has not yielded the desired dividend. And he advocated we should look at BOT, build, operate, and transfer. Because in other climes, that has solved the problem, because the issue of resources in terms of finances is a key challenge for developing countries in Africa. So we must also adopt that. He also talked about an energy security mix that must capture the gas, the nuclear, the solar, and hydro. That if we have a balanced mix of this and other renewable energy sources, we probably will be getting out of the challenge and we'll see light at the end of the tunnel. In conclusion, he charged the university to develop its own organic energy capacity because he thinks we can do it. And I'm using this opportunity to charge the VC and his team, just like we told them yesterday at the council meeting, that we must develop in-house capacity and capabilities so that we can be energy sustainability in terms of what we do as a university. With these highlights, I'd like to once again thank him very much, and I can assure you that we'll be consulting with you, and everything you've told us to do, we will do. Because if we fight, we win. Thank you very much. So that said, I'd like to quickly, on behalf of the Governing Council, Senate, and the entire staff and students of the university, thank all our invited guests for honoring our invitation. It has been 6 years since our university, Admiralty University of Nigeria, commenced academic activities. And today, we are gathered here to celebrate the convocation ceremony of our third set of graduating students. It is pertinent to assert that this milestone achievement would not have been possible without the total commitment and doggedness of the Nigerian Navy, under the able and luminary leadership of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, and of course, his predecessors. I therefore commend and applaud their vision and foresight in establishing this great citadel of intellectual propriety. Similarly, let me equally congratulate our graduating students who, over the years, chose this university in their honest path to academic growth, placing their hopes, dreams, and aspirations in their quest for sound intellectual and academic development in the management and academic faculty of this premium institution. Today, we are celebrating the positive outcome of the choices they all made at that time, which was evidently one of the best decisions they have ever made. It is in this regard that I proudly urge all of you to go into the world with full confidence and to interrogate the narratives and stereotypes of the New World Order with your luminary leadership qualities in every aspect, in the spirit of our university's mandate, a global university educating luminary leaders. We are convinced, without a doubt, that the quality leadership embedded in you by ADUN, you will conquer the world with perseverance and self-belief in yourselves to always be the best you can be, despite the daunting challenges that will confront you. To the parents and guardians, family members, friends of the graduates, and members of the academic faculty, permit me to equally acknowledge your enormous support and contribution towards the attainment of this laudable achievement by the graduating students, who through dint of hard work and determination have recorded this all-important milestone accomplishment that they should be very proud of. As a country, one of the challenges bothering us today is the issue of energy security. Today's convocation lecture, titled Energy Security and Sustainable Development in Nigeria, the role of the federal government and universities have been specially chosen to speak to this all-important issue of national discourse. And I strongly believe this is in tandem with the ideals of ADUN. The convocation lecture is historic and was eloquently delivered by an icon in the energy sector, once awareness on the need to promote renewable economy and gender prosperity. The university in the area of research, internationalization, human resource development, infrastructural development, and other academic pursuits. Warming to note that our students are being recognized even before they graduate, winning awards, both locally and internationally, thus depicting the high quality of our programs in the university. In this regard, university management, under the able leadership of the acting Vice Chancellor, deserves our appreciation and commendation. Well done. Furthermore, I wish to express our appreciation to the visitor, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and indeed the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, and members of the Governing Council, the acting Vice Chancellor, and other principal officers of the university, all teaching and non-academic staff of the university, students, and indeed our invited guests, and most importantly, the past Governing Council of this university for their immense contribution to the development of this very laudable institution. We thank you for all you have done and for your support. Finally, once more, I urge the graduating students of ADUN to go into the world fully prepared to express the wonderful opportunities, to explore the wonderful opportunities therein, while mindful of the challenges that will confront them and in their quest for success. You must be proactive, resourceful, and confident, and always be guided by those great sayings of Hannibal, the famous Carthaginian general. He, in his wisdom, has said, either I find a way or I make one. So I urge all of you to always make a way for yourselves in the light of the challenges that will confront you. Thanks nobody for your rapt attention. And like we say in the Navy, onward together, and God bless you.
Please may we give a round of applause. I now have the honor to call upon the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Ikechukwu Ogala, by the Secretary and Plan Naval Headquarters, Rear Admiral Ibrahim Dew, Convocation, Chief of Naval Staff, sir.
Set it high, open. Our special guest of honor, protocol well established by the Chairman Governing Board, Vice Admiral Dele Ezoba. I am Rear Admiral I.A. Dewu, and Plans Naval Head, here representing the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral E.I. Ogala, Admiralty Medal. Now I go to his remarks, sir. It gives me great honor to make these remarks on the special occasion of the third Convocation Ceremony of the Admiralty University of Nigeria. Today is another milestone in the history of. I wish to special guest of honor, His Excellency Right Honorable Sheriff Obovori. I wish to welcome our special guest and all invited guests to this Admiralty University area was established in 2015 a public-private in maritime arts, science, and technology. This vision was expanded in 2027 to include contemporary and perspective fields of study in furtherance of our national aspirations for continuous human and self-reliance. I wish to use this opportunity to acknowledge the founding fathers of the university and the past chiefs of naval staff, Vice Admiral DJ U.O. Jibrin is at Gambo. I also acknowledge the efforts of the pioneer governance structure, management of the university. Further to our development, ADUN was converted to a conventional public university by the presidential assent of the ADUN Established Act on 8 February 2023. Since then, the university has gone through a lengthy transition under the able guidance of the Federal Ministry of Education. I am glad to note the pivotal change in the status of education, Federal Finance, National University Commission, Tertiary State Fund. I wish to use this special occasion to appreciate the Honorable Minister of Education and Finance, permanent secretaries, executive secretaries, and top government officials for their supportive roles. I also wish to recognize the tireless inputs of some officers of the Nigerian Navy, management and staff of the Nigerian Navy in furtherance of these goals. The university There is a stable governance structure, leadership and management in our Nigerian university system. Significantly, is now on an assured path to facility and as academic growth and development. The conduct of economic evolution mark of institutional stability and resilience, particularly Chancellor, the Senate, management, staff, and students of making ADUN a truly educating luminary leaders. It is in this light that I say of ADUN on your convocation. Today marks a pivotal moment in your lives, one you will cherish. I urge you to go out and show luminary leadership in knowledge, skills, and aptitude, and to cause structural, innovative, and disruptive change in all your endeavors. And guidance who have invested in these luminary leaders, I thank you for keeping faith with the university. Be rest assured that your children reward and cherish investments, legacies that can speak for them anywhere and in any circumstance. On our part, the Nigerian Navy will continue to support the university in fulfillment of the promise of the former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral AZG, to class graduates at the last occasion. I'm glad to announce that into the Nigerian Navy as under. I wish to restate our commitment to the commissions, to commission first-class graduates of ADUN from this ceremony, provided they meet the terms and conditions. Furthermore, the Nigeria as the preferred location for high-level human resource development, personnel practices, they will promote one of its training institution with the Admiralty University of Nigeria. At this juncture, I wish to express my appreciation to the President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his unwavering support to the Nigerian Navy. Also, especially appreciate the special guest of honor, the Executive Governor of Delta State, construction of a 48-room hostel accommodation, which is almost complete. Distinguished senators, members of the House of Representatives, honorable the Chief of Defense, as well as other political leaders here with us, added value, color to this event. Finally, permit me to thank our very senior staff that have contributed to the University. Congratulations to the graduates. Thank you all for your attention.
And now on the special guest of honor, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, who is represented here by the Commander Joint Task Force, South Rear Admiral Okeke, to address convocation. Chief of Defense Staff, sir.
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Republic, the Chief of them being represented by Federal University of Technology, EFRU, by name Professor Your Excellency, your commitment to fostering innovation and excellence in our educational institutions underscore the importance
being represented here by the Commissioner for Higher Education, Professor Nye Tunakari, to address convocation. Your
of the Armed Forces, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, here represented by the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Petroleum Resources, Professor Remuke Bafure, the Honorable Education, the Executive Secretary of NUC, represented the Chief of Naval Staff, other service chiefs, the Pro-Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Management Staff of Admiralty University, the Permanent Secretaries, Directors, and other top government functionaries, graduating students, Your Royal Majesties, my Lords, spiritual and temporal, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, Right Honorable Elder Sheriff Oboremori, would have loved to be here today. He's a friend of Admiralty University, and I would have loved to be here in person. However, he has some urgent government business outside Delta States, and that is why he has sent me to represent him. So I will go right ahead to present his address. I'm happy to be in the midst of graduating students of this third convocation ceremony of this young but great citadel of learning, Admiralty University of Nigeria. No doubt, this is a special day of limitless joy for both the outgoing students and their families. I heartily congratulate the outgoing students for their successes in their various fields of study. Dear graduating students, graduation means you have changed your standing in society. From every account, you have passed through one of the most standard universities in this country. I am confident you will be capable of facing the challenges that society poses, having conquered the rigorous task of an institution of higher learning, especially one with very high academic standard. From available records, this university, within a short space of 7 years, has attained enviable heights. It has obtained accreditation for 12 academic programs, an award of academic excellence, which was bestowed on one of its students, and a downward review of its fees to make the university more accessible to a greater number of Nigerians. Thank you very much. These are laudable accomplishments which make the university one of the most exceptionally sound among institutions of higher learning in the country. At this point, let me commend His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFRO, for the federal government takeover of this university. Providing the institution with federal might will go a long way in propping the growth and advancement which are already enviable. I urge the management of this university to exploit the benefits fully while making the best use of the advantages that accrue from it. Please continue with the excellent standard you have set. Remember, it is easier to attain great heights, but it is difficult to remain there. Please do not relent. My dear graduating students, we are all here because of you. Please do not be afraid of the economic challenges facing the country. Put on your thinking cap. The university has equipped you with relevant knowledge. You cannot afford to fail. Obviously, not after graduating from an academically sound university like this. Let your activities in society bring joy, honor, and prestige to your alma mater. Make a difference wherever you find yourself. For every challenge you face, just convince yourself that you can conquer it, and surely you will do. I am conscious of the ordained partnership between this university and the Delta State government. It is a cooperation that will endure. We give serious priority to human capital development, and that is exactly what you are doing here. This relationship will continue to flourish for the good of both the university and the states. Once again, I felicitate with the graduating students, their families, friends, and well-wishers. I sincerely wish you every success in all your future undertakings. May the good Lord bless us all. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for our distinguished special guest of honor. Acting Vice Chancellor, sir. Onwuleri Samtochukwu, Onwumi Dinachi of the Department of Biology and Forensic Science will deliver the valedictory speech on behalf of the graduating students for the year 2023-2024. Okay, stay here. Put the mic on.
The visitor, fellow graduates, family and friends, and achieved our common goal. As we embark on our next journey, let us not forget to look back on the people who have showed us, who have helped us and showed resilience. To all academic and non-teaching staff, cleaners, porters, security men, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To everyone graduating today, let's get this done and announce our arrival. To our family and friends, your unwavering support has been our strength. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for comfort, strength, and inspiration. To my dad, thank you for your selfless contributions to my success. To my brother, thank you for paving the way and showing me it was possible to achieve greatness. To my lecturers, thank you for your exceptional teaching, guidance, and support. And above all, I bow my head before God, who gave me strength and served as the truth, the way, and the light. Permit me to relay a quote from Chimamanda Adichie. You cannot create anything of value without self-doubt and self-belief. Without self-doubt, you become complacent. Without self-belief, you cannot succeed. To everyone in 2024, believe in yourself a little bit more. realizing that there is truly no limit to what you can achieve. If you must dream, you might as well dream big. As we go forth on our separate journeys, may we always have at the back of our minds the school's mantra, doing the right thing, the right way, at the right time, and for the right reasons. Congratulations, fellow graduates, we did it. Long live ADUN, long live the Nigerian Navy, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Please, another round of applause for her. It's not easy. I now have the honor to call upon the visitor, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is represented here by Professor Rim Ruke Akofore, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Petroleum Resources, EFRUN, to address convocation. Your Excellency, sir.
Distinguished member, the Renewed Hope agenda is not here today. It's far away, pursuing one of the major agenda in his government, which is end to poverty. He has therefore said, oh, this university is dear to his heart. It's one of those established, initiated by the Navy, and he cannot be here. He has found me worthy to represent him in this convocation ceremony. I will do no other thing, just to read this address. Address delivered. Oh, first and foremost, I'm Engineer Professor Akpofure. I'm the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Petroleum Resources, the only one in Africa, and this address delivered by the visitor, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, on the occasion of the third convocation ceremony of Admiralty University of Nigeria, Iguzo, Delta State, held today, 22nd day, Friday, November 2024. All protocols duly observed. It is with immense pleasure that I stand before you today at this auspicious occasion of the third convocation ceremony of this great university, located here in the heart of Delta State at Iguzo, which commenced its academic activity in 2019. I congratulate the Pro-Chancellor and members of the Governing Council on their appointment to superintend over and manage the affairs of the university. I also congratulate the Vice Chancellor, other principal officers, members of Senate, staff, the graduating students, parents, graduates, well-wishers, dignitaries on this historic ceremony. I rejoice with the entire members of the university community. Today, Admiralty University is sending its third batch of bachelor's degree holders into the world. This is a testament to the fact that the university has kept faith with its academic calendar. I encourage the university to continue in this direction and not to allow anything to disrupt its academic programs. I have learned that the university is currently working assiduously
towards the establishment of additional faculties of engineering and marine studies, which is quite commendable. It is therefore expected that in a few years from now, the Nigerian maritime industry will advance further in shipbuilding, maintenance, and such allied endeavors, which will enhance our march towards technical advancement and create more jobs for our teeming youths. Permit me to once again extend my congratulations to all graduating students for successfully attaining their remarkable milestone, this remarkable milestone in their educational journey. As you step into the next phase of life, I urge you to remember the self-evident truth that you are the future leaders of this nation. Government has spent a lot on equipping you with skills required for you to make the utmost of your lives a meaningful contribution to the society at large. Therefore, as you go into the world, I urge you to be agents of positive change, using knowledge in lifting our society and contributing to the growth and development of our great nation and the world at large. Patriotism, imploring you to avoid temptation of hurrying to look for greener pastures abroad. We can make our pastures an equally greener and even greater greener than other climes of the world. As part of the renewal of this education loan fund, Nigeria was established to provide financial support to students in tertiary education. In line with the renewable agenda, nobody, the president said nobody should drop out of school for his ability or inability not to pay his school fees. Today, Naira has been already processed for payment to students and their institutions through initiative program. Through this initiative program, my university recently got over 70 million naira paid as school fees for about 63 students who have applied. It's a testimony. I appeal, therefore, to the beneficiaries of this loan to be honest and committed in their loan repayment to make net fund sustainable. Administration will continue to do everything possible to assist in making tertiary education more accessible. Recently, the federal government reconstituted governing councils of federal-owned institutions, including the Admiralty University of Nigeria, for effective administration. During the event, emphasis was placed, among other things, on the importance of ensuring that university resources are prudently managed and utilized effectively. I would like to reiterate by urging members of governing council to adopt a strategic approach to funding. Encourage them to explore more legal sources of revenue to support the growth and development of this institution. I must commend the management of Admiralty University of Nigeria for providing the ambience and conducive environment for teaching, learning, research, and community service. It is my expectation that today's ceremony, the third convocation ceremony in university, will spur the management and indeed staff and students to strive even harder to achieve the dreams of their founding fathers and maintain high standards in keeping with their motto, excellence in education. Your must be tailored to solving nature's problem in security, economy, infrastructure, and everyday challenges of energy of Nigeria and the street with your technical applications. I wish to heartily congratulate the parents, guardians of these graduates for huge sacrifices through their stay in the university. I must also remind the graduating ambassadors of Admiralty University of Nigeria with responsibility for university. As an alumnus today, you must remember to give back to your alma mater whenever it cries out to you. In fact, universities all over the world are known to have grown through the effort of their different. I congratulate you attainment, and may God bless you, and may God be with you and bless you always. I wish to assure the Vice Chancellor that the challenges that have been presented today will reach the top of Mr. President. Finally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we continue in our journey of building a nation, we must note that our survivors as a people, therefore, we must have positive thoughts in underlining about ourselves and the direction in which our nation must progress. I wish to conclude this address by saying, onward together, onward to greatness. Long live Admiralty University of Nigeria. Long live Delta State. Long live Federal Republic of
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the visitor. Acting Vice Chancellor, sir, we have some plaques as a mark of honor to some of our guests.
Chancellor, sir, Admiralty University have a tradition of giving honor to whom is due. And as a mark of giving honor, we'd like to call our guest to receive the ADUN award. His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the visitor of the Vice Chancellor here. Please. Okay. Thank you very much. And the next one is our distinguished special guest of honor, the Executive Governor of Delta State, His Excellency Right Honorable Elder Sheriff Bururi. J, hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Next on our list is the special guest of honor, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, the Chief of Defense Staff, ably represented here today. Thank you. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ugala, staff, who is ably represented by Admiral Dew. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. And we have the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, Vice Admiral Dele Joseph Rezoba, retired, the man whose this multipurpose hall is named after. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. And last but not the least, we have our convocation guest lecturer, Professor Abubakar Sani Sambu, OON, NPOM, HLF. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful lecture. Thank you. Before I invite the registrar, I'd like to recognize the president of Comrade Chochilo Iwe, the chairman NUJ Delta State Council. May I invite the registrar to take over the proceedings? Thank you.
I now call upon the chairman, honors, awards, and ceremonies to give the vote of thanks. Chairman, honors, awards, and ceremonies. Sir.
The Vice Chancellor, sir. My task is a very simple one. Right from the start of the speech of the Vice Chancellor, Acting Vice Chancellor, he started there with my task, the vote of thanks. I am standing on the existing protocol that has been well established. So I will go straight into the thanks. I start with the visitor to the university, the President, His Excellency, Ahmed Bola Tinubu. I have to express on behalf of the university our gratitude for the interest in this university. This year, we invited him and he sent a very powerful representative. This year, we have also done so and he has sent a very, very senior academic, a Vice Chancellor. Please extend our message to the President and that we are praying for him, that he will continue to lead the country as he's doing. We recognize His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Delta State, His Excellency Sheriff F.O., for what he is doing for the university, his keen interest in the university. His efforts in this university have been mentioned by the Acting Vice Chancellor, and we encourage him not to relent his efforts, but to sustain the momentum. We appreciate. We thank in a special way the Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Defense Staff, who has sent his representative. I think this is the first time here we are having the presence of the Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Defense Staff, sorry. We thank him very much and ask him to continue to identify with us. At least in our gathering here, having the feeling that the Chief of Defense Staff is with us here, the Chief of Naval Staff, Air Force personnel, the AVM representative here, it gave us very big encouragement of we are operating in a safe environment. We thank all of you. The Pro-Chancellor, sir, dynamic Pro-Chancellor, we thank you for your able leadership in the council. You are always working. In fact, I need every member of the council to put on his thinking or her thinking cap. No dull moment. We thank him and for making this convocation ceremony to come into fruition today. So you are welcome.
We also thank the members of the council for their efforts to put heads together to ensure that what we are doing here today has come to fruition. I use this opportunity also to thank the past members of the council. The past member of the council was led by a professor, a very senior professor, Salihu Mustafa, is here with us, no representation. He is here in person. Sir, you are welcome. Distinguished guests, permit me to also recognize my teacher, Professor Abubakar Sani Sambo, who is the guest lecturer. He taught me solar energy. He supervised my PhD. Sir, you are welcome, sir. He is Chetiman Gabas Zazo. I was there live when he was turbaned by the Emir of Zazo in Zaria. Very distinguished academics here present. The Vice Chancellors, you are welcome to Admiralty University of Nigeria. We have received your messages and we are going to put them into action. The men of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, the Vice Admiral and the Chief of Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Ogala. It is his efforts and his foresight that when he came into the university, there were some problems, and he took it head on and made sure that there is peace in this university now. There is serene environment now. We thank his representative, who is a member of the council now, Rear Admiral Dewu. I was with him yesterday. I didn't know that today his status will change. Thank you very much, sir. And convey our message to the Rear Admiral. He has always identified with us, checking even our blood pressure to know whether it is functioning normal, advice, and others. We welcome him very, very well. I recognize all the Vice Admirals serving and retired present here, and the Rear Admirals. Many of them are my friends. You are all welcome. I have tapped from your advice, your guidance, and I assure you people that this university which we have put together, you will never receive disappointment. We will continue to show the excellence that other institutions will emulate. We thank you. Other high-ranking military officers present here, I've seen some Air Vice Marshals and so forth. We welcome all of you. Thank you very much. Permit me now to look at His Royal Highnesses, which I also belong to. The Obuzo is here with us. The Obuzo of Ibuzo. Oza Ibuzonsha. He is always with us. And they gave me associate member of the cabinet. Also, to thank of this university being led ably by Professor Dili Ofuoku. If you look at his size, you may think that he cannot perform, but he's tireless. Very precise. You look at his size, you think that there is no energy, but he has a lot of energy. Thank you very much, sir. And we ask you to continue to add steam in your administration. He has also sustained the peace of this environment. The members of the management, we have very, very dynamic members of the management. Some have come to help this university from different institutions. And our management now has been enriched by critical thinking and ideas. I thank all of you for being here. The staff and students, they have been very good. And have all helped to bring us to this level now. The members of the planning committee, I thank all of you for your support, the support given so that we have this. Though I may be harsh in some of my meetings with you, but see it like that. It's for us to achieve success. The graduating students, you have had a lot, both from the visitor, the pro-chancellor. I urge all of you to put what you have had here into action. Remember, when you are giving certificate, the certificate is for learning and character. It's for you to go out and showcase what you have learned here and your character. If you have made first class and the character is not there, if we had found that out, you won't have your certificate. So showcase that. Show that you are a light to the world. I thank all of you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press. Don't wait to think that we recognize your efforts so that we carry our activities and showcase it to the world. We recognize your presence. At this juncture, I will say thank you all the people who may not have been mentioned in this vote of thanks. We cherish your presence. And may the God Almighty guide and protect all of us as we live here for higher cause. Thank you very much.
Please listen to the following announcements. Yesterday, the university had a book launch titled Contemporary Issues in Modern Economy. We want to say that the book is still available at a cost of 15,000 naira. Those interested, you visit the public relations officer and collect your copy. Our graduating students, as you celebrate your graduation, it is advised that you do so responsibly. It's an advice. And also be informed that the gowns you should be returned almost immediately after this event. At most, Monday officers. We also want to especially invite all those who have been given invitation cards by the Vice Chancellor to report at the main cafeteria for a light refreshment before you go home. Thank you very much.
I have the honor to call upon the acting Vice Chancellor to declare the convocation ceremony closed. Acting Vice Chancellor, sir.
I will not waste too much time on this because the day has already spent. The protocol is read by the registrar at the commencement of this ceremony, and that also presented by the chair on Committee on Honors and Awards and Ceremonies are there to guide us, so I respect that protocol. However, I need to acknowledge, just a few of us, need to acknowledge the visitor, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, need to acknowledge the distinguished guest of honor, Executive Governor of Delta State, Right Honorable Sheriff F. Oboroweri. Need to also acknowledge the Chairman of the Senate Committee on Navy, Senator Otumba Benga Daniel, the Chairman Committee of Representatives Committee on the Navy, Right Honorable Yusuf Gajin, Honorable Minister of Education, Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission, the Chief of Naval Staff, and I will please allow that to stand as that. On the other hand side, the Royal Fathers, the graduating students, staff and members of Admiralty University of Nigeria, deans of faculties, the parents of the graduating students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to stand here to thank you for what you have done today by making yourself present at this ceremony. We appreciate you all. By the honor conferred upon me as the acting Vice Chancellor, I want to thank you again, and I hereby declare this wonderful ceremony closed. Thank you.
Please, let's put your hands together again for the acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Dili Ofuku. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever has a beginning has an end. But just a quick information on the order of photograph. Immediately after the Vice Chancellor's procession in reverse order, I'll take the Vice Chancellor, Principal Officers, and all dignitaries. Then we'll take the Vice Officers and graduates only. Then we'll move to the cafeteria for some lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, let us rise for the ADUN anthem, the national anthem, and the anthem. After the ADUN anthem, we'll take the national anthem. Okay, the Pro-Chancellor has directed that we just Thank you. We remain standing while the Vice Chancellor's procession goes, led by the visitor, the Delta State Governor, Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Registrar, Secretary to the Council. Please, the band, give us a recession song. Thank you. And as we all leave, we pray for journey mercies to all our distinguished guests, our parents, and to our graduates, and all the dignitaries that are here. Members of the press, we appreciate your coming. You can take interviews immediately after the photographs outside. We say thank you to all the committee members that have showed that this event is a success. And we pray that God will keep us till the next convocation ceremony. We say thank you, and thank you once again. And admissions is still ongoing to Admiralty University of Nigeria. We are still admitting students. Thank you. Please, our traditional rulers, all our special guests, we will not keep you hungry. Immediately after the photograph session, we'll move to the cafeteria to have some lunch. Please ensure you take the lunch before you leave. It's our own little way of saying thank you for coming. We appreciate all our former council members, all the serving military officers here. We say thank you to you all. Thank you, and God bless you. Parents, we'll continue the celebration with the graduates outside. There are canopies, there is DJ. Let's continue the merriment. God bless you all. Thank you. All ushers, please move to the cafeteria now.